Welcome back, lady lads and gentle lads. My name is Smastian, and this rather colorful backdrop and art style, which I've got to say I'm a fan of the art style so far, from what little I have seen of this. This is Disco Elysium, and this is going to be my first time through. So, let's just take a quick check of the options. Resolution is way too huge. Let's switch that up to my actual monitor resolution, which is 1080. I'm gonna leave anti-aliasing on just for the sake of performance issues that might come up as a result. Keyboard mapping QWERTY. It's not often that you actually have keyboard mapping options. But I'm not going to go into a whole Total Biscuit-style rant here. What does streamer mode do for you? Well, we're too small to care, so we're leaving this off. And there's a Twitch integration mode. Okay, hilarious. Well, I don't have Twitch integration, so we don't care. Either way, welcome to the stream, Robert Marks. How you doing? And, you know, that's always the trouble, isn't it? Like, do you want to experience an RPG firsthand, or do you want to experience it through a streamer's eyes? The older I grow, the less inclined I am towards actually playing these things myself. Although I also have a pretty thick skin for spoilers, so, like, oftentimes, I don't care, and if I do care enough about it, I just won't talk about it. But in any case, Tutorial Agent. Okay. Automatically highlighting interactable objects and characters. I mean, I'll leave this off, just in case. I'll leave Tutorial Agent on for now. Everything else should be fine. Voiceover mode full. Oh. What? Wait. Full. All voice dialogue. Everything except narration. Oh, fully voiced dialogue. Yes, please. The less I have to actually deal with dialogue, the better. Thank you. The less reading I have to do? Excellent. Okay. I think I'll just go with a character archetype here. Okay, so what are we doing? What are these stats? Okay. Intellect, your capacity to reason. Psyche, your power to influence yourself and others. Physique, how well your body is built. Motorics, how well you move your body. Huh. Okay, interesting. Starts off with an encyclopedia. You know... Okay, let's read through this as well. What does Inland Empire... Well, we don't know. Very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable, might begin to lose his mind. Okay. Extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock. I think I'll just go for the thinker route, if this is supposed to be a dialogue-heavy game. We'll see. MC of this game is best described as a human train wreck. Well, that's a great start. The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest of water, if deep enough, can drown. Huh. Also, do tell me what the, relative sound levels are like. Okay, I guess I just press a begin button. I assume you know that your skills do talk to you, right? What?
There
I have
is
no idea.
nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. You're conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
What?
Ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, baby.
What am I listening to?
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Okay. I think I know where this is going. So this is your own psyche talking to you, literally. Gotcha. This is what you meant. I mean, okay, let's see where this takes us. Okay.
You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing.
How about you cough up some more of that sweet
Coming
oblivion?
right up, sir. Smooth passage.
Allons-y, let's go.
All right. Nothing town to fuck all borough.
Okay, let's visit the ancient Zero home.
Great choice, Elder One. It has always been like this, and it always will.
I wonder if there's like a fail condition you can get just like right here. Let's go for it.
The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. A sensation.
Oh boy. All of the skills are representative of parts of your body/personality. Encyclopedia is your ability to recall long-term memories in general, if I recall correctly. Oh. Are we an amnesiac then?
Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
Okay, so... Alright. I mean, I dig it, It's an interesting narrative experiment so far. I'm not gonna say whether I like it yet or not. Haven't encountered enough of it. But... where was I going? Is the audio good enough? Like, is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Am I too much louder than the speaker, or should I aim to increase the volume of the game a little? Because my instinct is to increase the volume of the game a little bit. Maybe up to 9, let's say there. Mother help me, there's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Oh, we were drunk. Well, just as well. Here I am, drinking whiskey and eating Cheetos. Great pairing, great pairing. A good choice might be volition. Your sense of self-respect and governs one of your HP bars and volume seems fine to me. Okay, well, we'll keep it at this level then. Help someone cut my head off. It's trying to murder the rest of me.
A fiery streak penetrates your skull. trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A caprice can name a motor carriage.
Okay, thank you, Encyclopedia. Yep. Lovely atmosphere. Loving it. We're not even wearing underwear. Oh, joy. Oh, look at her stupid face. Holy shit. Do we have to look in a mirror to figure ourselves out? A magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. Huh. That's great. The reel-to-reel tape. Oh, tab highlights things for you. Okay. Well, let's put this on whatever it is. Item gained, green shoe, left foot. Wow. Yeah, let's put some pants on. I've had enough of looking at my ugly shit. Okay, well, yeah, sure. Put that on.
This fan has two chain pull switches.
Okay.
One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Pull on the light bulb? Oh no. Let's pull on the fan.
Blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade.
Excellent. 10 out of 10. So glad we have the ability to stop a fan, grab our necktie, and wear it, apparently.
What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie, with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Okay, well, lay it on thick, why don't you? Leave. I don't think we need anything more from the fan. Why is the window broken?
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Assess the size.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist.
Wait till I see the expression. Oh no. Be a fash just for the lulz? No. Look, apparently I'm supposed to be a cop. This much has been intimated to me. Through, visual calculus of the game's, artistic style. Also, welcome to the stream, Matthias. How you doing? Why do you think the necktie was on there? Oh. Oh, I'm actually just dense. Okay. He was trying to hang himself with his necktie. Oh, I get it now. Become the cop of the apocalypse. And yes, Wadami, welcome to the stream, if it isn't the Smashed Man. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force.
Yeah, that sounds apt.
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
I should go and
Cool
get that
wind
shoe.
gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Delightful. What else am I looking for? Like, really, we tried to hang ourselves with a necktie? That's, come on. Rough. Rough, dude. Take a look at ourselves in the mirror.
Hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Good to hear you're all doing good. Ah, you're scared of spoilers. You bought this game on Steam sale but haven't played it yet. Well, if you're scared of spoilers, don't watch too far in. Although we're just getting started, so... Look, I'm not going to tell anyone not to buy things and experience them for themselves. I just happen to be somewhat more tolerant and thick-skinned of spoilers. Although at the same time, if you can avoid telling me what happens at the end of the game, go ahead and don't tell me. Fierce discharge of masculine energy. Someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Was
Oh,
this
cute.
not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities? Virile, uncaring towards the little things?
Oh my god. Don't pontificate this much to yourself.
Probably not, no.
Thank you, Logic. Thank you for stepping in. That was a wild one.
Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just a vague impression of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Wait. Can you go the entire game without knowing what your own face looks like? Now that is a question. Yep, you can. Oh boy. But we're gonna wipe the mirror. Although we'll go with really nothing first.
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Let's wipe that
As
mirror.
you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Better not to know. I don't care. No, this is actually, from a psychological perspective, this is an interesting question to pose yourself, like, at the start of a game, because functionally this is still character creation, is my intuition. Maybe I should touch it first.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
How bad could
Where
it be?
to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
Oh, this is excellent. Let's
It's
keep
not.
touching our face.
Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you. It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Okay. Let's see. Let's wipe that
Behold.
mirror. Well, this looks astonishingly better than whatever this is.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Yep.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I really have no idea why it is there. It just is.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Well, your psyche's a real, real human being. I, on the other hand, don't care about this game. Good enough. You've accidentally spoiled some of the game for yourself before playing. Well. But I would recommend it. The expression is priceless. And yep, there we go. Here's the expression. Oh boy. I'm an Estonian cop. Oh no. No, keep making the face. Fuck you.
It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Delightful.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Let's go with
Please promise
suggestive.
yourself you are not going to try it on any of the ladies, whatever happens.
I promise. Lie. You know what? Let's actually go for a genuine promise, though.
You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Go ahead. Try something.
Let's go for an encyclopedia check.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. It's too late. Like an image on film.
Damn.
The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Well, this is excellent. I apparently have a horrifying rictus plastered on my face, and I might even be experiencing lockjaw, for all I know. Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet. Oh, okay, we should be clicking on the yellow bubbles, too.
Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Oh, delightful.
The whirling in rags is a hostel cafeteria on the urban coast, frequented by dock workers.
Sounds like a great place to get yourself fucking plastered. Oh boy. Were we literally just trying to drown ourselves in alcohol? I mean, entirely possible. Okay. What else have we not interacted with in this room? I mean, we could try for that door, but I don't think it'll head anywhere. Also, why does this remind me of, What does this remind me of trying to play as Geralt? Oh wow, that is actually a very horrendous necktie. Yikes. Okay. Ah, well, we'll figure things out as we go along. For now, let's go. It's an expression of pain. Would be interesting. Lose 11 degrees centigrade rainfall. Oh, he's decided to stop acting like a drunk. Gotcha. There's something on the table. Revicol, zone of control, 0 degrees centigrade, black ice warning. Please tell me these are not things I have to pay attention to. Okay. We've gained 40 real. Or decimal 40 real.
Hello, officer.
Officer? Oh no. Calendar says it's March, the year is 51. Am I able to close the door behind me? Yes! We are responsible citizens. We've watched Finnish guides on how to close doors after walking through them. So we are very, very well prepared for this sort of environment with many doors in it. Also, welcome to the stream, Maury. How you doing? Sale Cité not available. Okay. Who are you?
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
That portrait does not scream young to me, but
her
okay,
eyes
go
are
on.
brown, and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
Oh boy.
A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
Uh-oh. Well, look, in real life, what all of us would probably do is turn our bloated-ass faces away and just keep walking. But we're a dummy, and we press the officer and my military personnel. Whirling in Rags has a good music. Does it now? You're level 187 in Elden Ring. Ah, phenomenal. So you've bitten that bullet, have you? I take it you're enjoying it, Maury. Full naked run yet? Leave, don't talk with women. Oh boy. I mean, that might be a funny way to go about this entire run. But, no.
No. Because you're a police officer, sir.
Are you sure? This is just like
I
the
am,
full
yes.
dummy playthrough.
Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
You have
Delightful.
no doubts about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something.
Thank you, Logic. Very, very cunning argument you have. Very low. Oh boy. Oh man, this terrific. What do you mean a red check? This is clearly the color orange. Like, this is the color orange, right? Also, welcome to the stream, Latvis. You got it free, so of course you're enjoying it. Ah, yeah, because you have it via Game Pass. If you want to play any new games, oh, you need a new computer to play new games. Gotcha. Well, now is probably the worst time in history to get a computer, given what the current state of inflation is, so if you can wait, do so. I mean, okay, if I'm being absolutely generous, this is a reddish-orange color, and I mean... I have such a low tolerance for cringe, I can't bring myself to do it.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
I might not know where I am, or who I am, or what a Kupris kinema is, but I know what one sounds
She
like.
nods.
But I do know when someone's not telling me the whole story. What am I doing here? What's my
There's
case?
a mercenary out back. He's been hanged. The body has been there for a week now. The locals probably got tired of it and called the cops.
And why didn't you just tell
I
me
didn't
that?
mean to overwhelm you with information. You seem a bit lost, officer.
Well, yeah.
Could it
Fair.
be because of the drinking?
She hasn't had time to put her makeup on. This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired, her beauty waning faster than it ought to at her age.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Phenomenal.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you've said the words 1,000,000 times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
But what if I have questions? Sure.
Yes.
Where exactly is here?
You're
Where
in a
am I?
hostel, sir. We are
Where in
in
the world?
Revachol.
Revachol. Okay, so that's how we're going to be pronouncing our CHs. Gotcha. I prefer the term Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
Should that
You
mean
sure
something?
look like you're from Revachol. Revachol parties.
Her accent suggests she is not from around here. She's from Aranye, another part of the world.
What do they have
The
against the
dock
police?
workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
Is it 51
It's
now?
51.
What
The
century?
current century?
What
Centuries
number?
don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one.
Okay, so she's being smug. Gotcha.
Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir. You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization.
Oh my god. Ugh, what a cheesy line.
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Any visitors?
I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here.
Loud
Oh,
disco.
yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Is it now?
Oh,
Okay.
were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yeah, we
I
go
don't
on
know
all right.
about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace. A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of it that it
Okay,
doesn't
what were we
matter
singing?
anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Then what
Then you
happened?
started screaming and trashed the place. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything
There
else?
was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. around 4 or 5. And that was it. Glad to
Delightful.
have been of assistance.
10 out of 10. We know something more about ourselves. Trompe le monde. Okay, so we're gonna have a bit of French reference here. I mean, just as well, given it's supposed to be what passes for a pretty introspective and psychological game, so, yeah, you know, par for the course, I guess. Now I'm cursed forever for talking with a woman. God damn. At least I wasn't going up to her for hugs on repeat. Ain't that right, Maury? 3% is still better than 0. This place is very French. Also, welcome to the stream, Arthman. How you doing? And, yeah, I've gotten that, I've picked up on that. Very French. Revoking based card. Well, I mean, this guy does not look based at all. Got to see his character hold a calm conversation across a balcony. Well, isn't that swell? What is this? Summer door closed for the winter. Well, it's winter, everybody. This is where lyrics should be. Aw, it doesn't let you sing into the karaoke mic. Speakers connected to the radio, the music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured
Of
by the
course,
hangover.
At this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard.
Your inland
Through a
empire
belief system
needs to fucking slow down and stop.
by other people.
You're not a friend. What should I sing
You
when it
should
comes
sing
to
the
it?
sad, slow song you were listening to last night. Thought it was obvious.
What about the ostentatious
No,
orchestration, folks?
Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound.
Inland Empire,
You
you're a
have to find out how
ponce.
the song goes first, though. Maybe a tape of something appropriate would help.
Well, let's finish thought. Dude is just examining an albatross. This is a water cooler. Thank you. I sure as shit hope it's Monday. Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1300. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Somebody is working. Inside you catch a glimpse of union paraphernalia, a strike poster, some red pennants. Mess hall reserved for union members, doors open 1600. Royal pinball machine is unplugged. Tragic. Who's this dude in an orange suit? I don't like him. He looks like a bit of a dickhead. I look like a bit of a dickhead. Shit, everyone looks like a dickhead. Yo, dickhead. Let's talk.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird.
Man,
As
what
you
did they do with
approach,
your
he
chin,
gives
bud?
you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
Hello there, Carson. This is Disco Elysium. Welcome to the stream. How you been? Inland Empire is a fun dude. Inland Empire is a weird dude. The best low intelligence dialogue is from Fallout. Wubba wubba. Oh god. Will I be doing the hobo cop capo type? God, I don't know yet.
Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan. Make some small talk.
Oh no. Just look at the stuffed
A
bird.
competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
Oh no.
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now.
The skua. Aren't we in Antarctica then? Aren't those strangely murderous birds from Antarctica?
The small steel tag says as much. The great skua. Stegosaurus skua.
I have a weird feeling I'm the one who ripped the bird off of the fucking shield.
The man plucks at the seabird, frown.
Yeah, let's leave that guy alone. A woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today's starts in a man's handwriting. Okay. Good to know.
Hello, sweetie.
Oh, hello there.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
Oh. Well, shit. Okay, glasses McGee.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Where'd your chin go, bud? Both you and the bartender have
As
missing
you
chins.
approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Let's shake.
Hello. I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
Oh, he's Japanese.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
This is probably going to go fun places. Let's invent a name for ourselves. Am I going to do something for 1K subs? Yeah, damn right I am. Don't know what yet. Also, I should avoid eating Cheetos into the microphone. Oh no, the unions took our chins away. Damn, you should have gone on strike harder to get your chins back. Why not play CDDA as well? Oh, Christ. Look, I don't have the patience for Dwarf Fortress, and I certainly don't have the patience for Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. RimWorld I could still stomach to an extent. Be Rashismus with him. I don't know. We'll see. What flavor? Cheetos flavor, Maury. Cheetos flavor.
Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
It is not yet time. What?
Okay then.
Delightful.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
No, I
Then we
haven't.
should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I have,
Good.
yes.
But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
No.
So, the body is still in the tree, where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Let's get
To
going
you,
then.
officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
I shouldn't have a badge or something.
You mean you don't have a badge?
It wasn't on me when I woke
Losing
up.
your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Lieutenant
Delightful.
Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Well, well, well. Also, is it just me or does, like, everything look a bit faded? Hold on, is there, like, environment effects high, dynamic shadows on, shader quality is brilliant, okay, whatever that means. Yeah, like, there aren't really any graphical options I can work with here. It just looks a bit scuffed, which is excellent. What is this again? Nosafed. Okay. Now, tasks. Sing karaoke, find your other shoe, interview the cafeteria manager, inspect victim's body, and report your badge missing. Excellent stuff.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
I really wish I would call him Lieutenant, though. You couldn't stream RimWorld in Australia, though, mate. Wait, I can't? Oh, yeah, because reasons. Don't need no stinking badges. I am the law. Law.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
What is golden orange like a forest fire but smells like liquor?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, let's push on. No, man, help me out. What is gold and orange and smells like liquor?
It's you. It's obviously you. You smell like liquor. And you're orange.
Delightful.
See, everyone agrees it's your color scheme. We're on the right track with this name thing.
Is this what you get when you call the police now? We've been waiting for a week here.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
This
Okay,
sounds
delightful.
like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
Hey. Hey.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him.
Thank you,
People
Rhetoric.
give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him
Okay.
up on a tree there.
So there's going to be, like, you have to choose dialogue options in certain orders challenges to this?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
What is a Franco-Nigerian? Okay.
This man means the heavy cavalry of the innocents Franco-Negro, sweeping over the plains and
Oh, is that
nations
how
of
we're
the
pronouncing
enemies
it?
of
Okay.
mankind. 5th century style, unified currency, and the concept of cool came in their wake. They wore lamella and carried guns. But first and foremost, Franco-Nigerian heavy cavalry was really, really wide. That hole in the fence must be enormous.
Why did Sylvie
She
go
went
away?
away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Never. Am I not a cop? Everything is my business.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Didn't go well.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
I'm a feminist. Guess I like
Good
to be
for you.
thorough.
Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Who killed
I
him?
don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they?
Thank you,
If he
Rhetoric, for
doesn't
helping
know.
me.
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching.
Who exactly is
The
saying that?
locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Did the debardeurs themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
What does débardeur mean? The people who are currently boarding in the boarding house?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her.
Why would they
I
lynch
would
this man?
suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
Well, aren't you snooty?
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
I think it's safe to say he's not the bartender.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Slip away unnoticed.
One moment you're running, then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger. furiously, with
What?
both hands. Why?
No way. Ah.
That's true. Yes. And it's worrying. But
Oh
let's
my
not
God.
fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on.
Hello
You
there,
and
by
your
the way,
fuck you
everyone.
fingers
Cosmic,
floating in the air.
Lolbit,
Barkeep's
Ear
got
Farce.
his mouth agape like an idiot.
How y'all doing?
should.
Welcome to Disco Elysium. Why did I have to use both hands? To flip him off?
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon.
So worth it.
Admit it. You just missed the quarter light. The darkness on the edge of town.
Oh god, this is funny. And yes, Cosmic just keeps asking the same old questions. She deserved it, apparently.
I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
What do you
What do
mean?
you mean? What do I mean? Are you okay?
Oh, delightful, we missed the old lady.
No. You have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
No,
The
are
chair
you
took
okay?
the brunt of it. Don't worry.
Are you
Good.
sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
He's shaken. Barter now and he'll cave in.
Oh. Oh, a cop got injured on his premises, and he is extremely afraid. Oh, I get it. Oh. Turns out failure was the success all along.
Okay, fine. I'll take it off your bill. Sleep in a post-apocalyptic hellhole if you want to. Just know I won't give you another room.
Thank you for your
Don't thank me
cooperation.
yet. You still owe me 60 real for 3 nights stay. If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't let you up there. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
New task pay damages.
By the
Excellent.
way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
South,
You
maybe.
don't really know, do you?
Does this mean I'm homeless?
South, maybe. Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Fuck everything, Hobocop. Oh, God. I'm not going Hobocop route.
You can try.
It's too
Run
easy.
some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Delightful. Okay, what is this? Research time, 6 hours and 5 minutes. Problem. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home, jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here, fall over, get up, off the asphalt in 20 minutes, shuffle your feet through courtyards, scaring little children, go under the great raised motor tract, the 881 until you reach Le Domaine Éminent in North Jamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice, walk down Main, to perdition, there's a side alley there, and your footprints in the mud. Okay, I guess that's a thing I'm working on, whatever that means. I guess I can only work on so many of these at a time? Okay. Delightful. Okay. Pay for damages. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent.
Yes?
Oh, okay.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Let's just be absolutely straight up with this guy.
Have you
Why not?
tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs? Focus
Fine,
on
let it
other
be.
people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Well, let's go through those doors, I guess. Thing is, which door is it supposed to be?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes.
What are its hallmarks, I wonder? Also, ouch my side. I am back. Hobocop, nope. If I recall, it's the opposite of Hobocop. Don't show weakness. He is your rival. Is he my rival?
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
The idea of a king and century
The
gone's pretty
sentiment is
fascinating.
called anti-centennial nostalgia.
Is that
Pining
what
for
it's
a
called?
time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years.
Interesting. Equip a flashlight in low light areas. Thank you, game. Thank you. Very important tips. Snow melts in a wheelbarrow. Street sign reads "Fuck the police." Pigs go home. Nice car, though.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage.
Well, I suppose we can phone in and say that we've lost the ID. That much we can do.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Let's pick up the radio.
frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves
Really now.
cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
The purr of electrical kittens. That's a hell of a way to say white noise.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Very French, indeed.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
Hi, Alice.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
Connect me to the 31st precinct. I have something I need to report.
Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
Oh, Christ.
The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
Oh, Christ.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir.
Good. I need to report my badge missing.
Ten-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Jean-Vic Marc. Okay. Also, Jules Pidieu.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen
Christ.
is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Har har.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They laugh at you.
Oh, hello, Authority. You're an interesting character. Ha 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 ha.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh, goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Let's get a report in
So,
done.
I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Oh, they're just going off.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask ask him if he's lost his gun.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Great.
No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
10-9, coming officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Let's convince them that I didn't.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
Excellent.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain.
Lol.
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad
Delightful.
to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over.
Transmission's over.
10-10. Over and out.
Close the door. Well, that was an interesting encounter. And an autosave to follow. Nice. Thoughts on the music of the game so far, asks Robert, who has had to unfortunately go. And, well, it's interesting, I guess? Some great tectonic forces crack the pavement like an eggshell. Phenomenal. Guys going off about angriest men, bottles inside. Pick them up if you had a bag. Cute. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 8B. Well, there's the shoe. I suppose I could go pick up that shoe. As a matter of fact, let's run back and get the shoe. The lack of gun is excellent, though, and now I need to figure out where a gun is of mine.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with
Oh,
joy.
fun.
It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Not
Oh,
now.
excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime? Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Let's not. Let's not lick the rum. Let's figure out how to get onto that stupid balcony, though. And the gangbanger has my gun, too. Wouldn't that just be funny? So apparently, this is the exit to the balcony. Loading screens are actually pretty long for this game. Gust of briny wind washes
There
over
they
me.
both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Well, isn't that just delightful?
Like two baby crocodiles.
These do not look
It's
like normal
pretty
cop
clear
shoes.
A normal cop is not what you are.
How do
Good.
they fit?
They're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, there we go. Inland Empire, Esprit de Corps, Suggestion, and -1 to Suggestion, +1 to Conceptualization. Okay. Alright. Ah, so that's what the whole point of clothes is. Someone must know something about your lost firearm. Maybe district authority, like someone high up in the Union or someone local who saw you with it before you passed out. The whirling's absent bartender. You could ask the local pawn shop. Smell of the sea makes me dizzy. Well, isn't that just swell? Well, we've been reunited with our entire wardrobe, which is good. It's a, like, I don't know. Asking the lady for if she's seen my badge and gun is probably a not going to be the most helpful move right now. For now, I guess we just continue to loaf around. And yes, uh-oh indeed. Hey, what's this say?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Wow, you could literally just go through all of those.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Okay, let's do some visual calculus.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there.
Interesting.
And then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Niger. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building, before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
A car drove through the fence.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Is this connected to the case?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
Q. Right above descending.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
How do we get the lock
could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the whirling in rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
Good.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Child, converse with me.
Murder was the case they gave me.
Psst.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it.
Well, he certainly has
He's
big
almost
ears.
exquisite in his ugliness. like a gremlin.
Also, we're one to talk.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno!
What?
Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick.
Ah, we're censoring out the word faggots, are we? Okay.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Stop throwing rocks at my crime scene.
Kuno, yeah! Right in the mouthhole!
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
You kids' siblings.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
What the hell?
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling. Irregular speech patterns. Overconfidence. Could this kid be on drugs? This warrants further investigation into this Kuno.
Who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
Gotcha.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Interesting.
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that bullshit at Kuno. Kuno knows you're lying. Trying to get Kuno hooked up.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing.
Help!
Okay.
Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here.
Despair creeps into you. Getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Which one do I go for here? Interesting. Oh, the Russian bots are back. Where's the nightstick when you need it? Good question.
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly challenging district. But poverty does not make one a loser. Poverty is just poverty.
Nothing you can say would make you feel... Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing
wow,
excrement
okay,
at passers-by,
failure state.
shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. It's because the Furrows lost that match, said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while, Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Mac Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all.
Oh, so we're censoring fucked, but we're saying fucked, but we're not saying faggot. Okay. Nice that the game has failure states like that. That's cool. I like that. I like that. 1 willpower point. Yep, excellent. I guess this is what I get for doing an intelligence build. Yep. Oh yeah, we still have yet to pick up our shoe from the balcony. Well, anyways, let's fully pick up our shoes. Also, rip Hobocop. Womp womp. Drugs raise learning caps, but they're quote-unquote bad for your health. Hoo-hoo.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you tear. Oh, excuse me.
Okay. Let's go up the stairs. Let's get our shoes so that I don't have to go up the stairs again. Let's, I should have looked at the fence before coming back inside. That way I would have been able, or looked at the trash can so that I could have been able to ask for the key.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor.
Looking at the destruction.
Notes. He takes a step toward the door, like he'd like to leave.
Interesting.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Oh, really? That's what that's there for. Okay. So yeah, I understand, this guy's a bit of a disaster.
There they both are. Like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty good. They're back.
Okay. So we've got that dealt with. Ma immersion, her voice right after grim narration. Hope the chewing of my chips isn't actually coming through the mic.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. No, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Okay, interesting.
Hard to say. Your vision is blurred, and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, you think. You see a set of tire tracks in the
Well, so much for that. Yep, local municipality of Revachol.
This trash container is locked. The body is downwind from here.
We could try using a pry bar, or we could ask for a key.
He might also...
Well, let's continue taking a look around here at the very least. Growing herbs in the greenhouse, huh? A winch mechanism oxidizing for some years. Okay, interesting. A method to get up onto the balcony here. Oh, this says a lot.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left. So glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite...
Oh, thank you, Encyclopedia, for just stepping in.
Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name, Eternite. Sadly, the only lasting thing turned out to be the material's highly carcinogenic effect.
Why am I looking at this?
Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid palettes, easy on the eyes. Rhythmic pattern calms your mind. Mammals like this stuff.
Well, we're making a lot of failed checks here all of a sudden, but okay.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Let's leave.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Well, let's try this
Talk,
again.
Pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno! Ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding at sea.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at...
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Yeah, we're not narcs here. Save. Yeah, I probably should save, but I didn't. And it's too late to save now. Can we bluff this one? Let's
Fuck
try.
No, Kuno doesn't buy that shit.
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such force. You will see.
The language these kids are using. Pure, unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Delightful. Okay. So the only winning move is not to play. We make the save, because thank you, Maury, for pointing that out.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is... The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Phenomenal. Yum. Excellent.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet. And your
yeah,
throat
just
stings
keep
from the
explaining.
stomach acid. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't...
Points to
There's
the
a
greenhouse
here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Okay.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Exact count.
Maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46.
Okay.
2. Standard work boot.
Oh, we're just gonna go through all of this.
Reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them.
Excellent.
5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41.
Male or female?
Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped.
I'm okay.
You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange...
Oh, we're
beautiful way.
literally calling attention to game mechanics here through fourth wall break. Nice.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Wait, are we augmented in some way? I can turn that off. I can turn what off? Exactly. Heavy one, 200 kilogram
200?
imprint.
Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He has glasses, eye condition. Oh, the tutorial voice. I mean... I don't know. I'm sort of keeping the tutorial voice on for now. Wait, tutorial voice is just rhetoric. I don't know. I'll keep the tutorial voice on for now.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe the victim
Even
was
easier
unconscious.
to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see?
A light step,
A
number
woman
41 shoe.
Or a kid?
Don't think there's any way to be sure.
Understood. Anything else?
One small
Interesting.
smoother than another.
Let's name it the old soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's
Possibly.
not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
We might
You're
not
right.
want to attract attention.
Let's keep a low profile. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Interesting.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you
What
think
do
happened?
I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy.
Is it logic? Is
The
it?
lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself.
Either way. What else?
Well, that is the all of it. Okay. I wonder if it'll allow us to recheck the tire tracks.
You see a set of...
And maybe another quick save or something.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
I have some questions.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Let's try
Sure.
asking her for ammonia.
I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Fair enough.
Of course. Where to?
What is up in the north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
East.
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics.
A Fritta store, too. Why is it Fritta with 3 T's?
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
What, on
Just
the other
coast.
canal?
There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
And the
It's
west.
just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
And where am I?
What do you mean? We're in Martinez, sir. This intersection is called Roundabout North, I think.
Thank
no
you.
problem.
She's very well composed. Back straight.
Do we ask her about the fuck the police business? Tutorial voices lady. Okay. Don't forget to skill up. Wait, I can skill up? Oh, I can skill up. Hello. Wait, is our volition or our psyche just set into 1 for the rest of the game? Learned psyche base, learned skill, bonus from items, bonus from thoughts. Okay. How well our body is built. Power to influence myself and others. We have a point in encyclopedia. Rhetoric. Wield raw intellectual power. Yep, okay. Everything is base 5 as a result of this. Inland Empire is at 2 currently because of bonus from items. Okay, I'm starting to figure out how this whole system works. Keep a poker face. Okay, this is interesting. What do I do from here? Damn. Suppose I could level up visual calculus. Will it do me anything good? What does leveling it up do, though? Does it just, like, make skill checks easier? Hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking life. You know, I think I'm gonna put a point into volition, just to compensate for a lack.
Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. Okay. Of course. I won't hold you.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Can I also borrow gloves?
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Okay. Right, we're just, taking all of this off of people. Also on the shortwave, I believe I was supposed to call.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
Pick up the radio again.
57, how may I assist you? Of course. What is your number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 00519.
Yeah, we've already failed one psyche check. Let's compensate.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot. Quite a lot of time has passed.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Excellent. Sylvie, I believe we've met before. This is me, a detective from the Whirling in Rags.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You quit your job at the Whirling.
Why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Do I go for the why or do I go for the...
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Okay.
No, not me.
Do you know who made the
No,
call?
sorry, I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires.
Oh, that's excellent.
People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Why didn't you make the call?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse.
What does this Union have to do
No
with
one
anything?
calls the police. The Union would get angry.
Why?
You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's
I don't know
back
what
off
to tell
of
you,
this.
officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the Union.
There
I'm
we go.
sorry
That was
about
the right
that.
call.
Yeah, go on.
Have you seen my
Yes, I
badge?
know who you are. You're...
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it.
Oh, Christ.
Everyone was eating, and... you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them.
Oh, thank you, drama.
You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it.
Oh boy,
'cause
we're
these are my
cringe.
brains.
Oh, we
I
were so
can't see
cringe.
without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Actually, Latvis, yeah. I think I will take up electric kittens as a new call sign for white noise. It sounds hilarious.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big bucks cannot lie," and it almost looked like you pawned it.
Wow.
But believe me, I did not ask.
Have you seen my uniform by any chance?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on.
Thanks.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Do I go for the skill check here? Depresso espresso cop. Oh no. Oh, she tried to report Gart to me and I didn't do anything about it.
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart.
Okay.
Trust me, you wouldn't want to be the guy here. You know how it is. Yak, yak, nag, nag. No, you're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help me
Oh,
pull
is that
her
what
out,
I am?
Lest she turns into a spinster. What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a
This
man
is
be
gonna go
honest
down
in
a
his
cringe
own
route if I
head
choose any of
anymore?
the other two, I'm pretty sure.
You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love?
We
You're
refuse.
just a gimp. What? You want to be more empathetic?
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer? 57,
We're done.
over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Okay, that's good enough. There's no map, is there? Oh, there is a map. Okay. Well, I mean, it's certainly interesting. I am here, there's the hanged man. Okay. Should have pulled that trigger. No. Okay,
There he still is, looking right through you. With his white
+1 has
eyes.
ammonia.
The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Well, this is excellent.
Are you okay, officer? You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal. No. This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. You need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Okay. So that's how we're apparently supposed to approach the matter. We've... Okay. Well, I guess we now go to figure out who the hell hung up the body or who the hell made the phone call, which means I guess we're going back to talk to Gart. Savage. I mean, we went up from a 2% skill check to a 3% skill check. It wasn't great.
Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
Excellent.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
Thank you, Logic. Thank you.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Mine? No, it belongs...
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The whirling in rags is not special in that regard.
Okay, just a second. Dog wanted out, dog got out. Hobo cop wants a home. I'm not sure I want to be a hobo cop just about now, though.
Krasmazov, Nom de guerre was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution.
Oh no, not historical
where
materialism.
He headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Yum yum, tell me more,
He
sure.
killed himself.
No one was implying you were, officer. Where were we?
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
No, dog, you literally just got let out. You're not getting back in. Okay. Now we're gonna go dumpster diving. This sounds fun. Maybe we'll vomit a third time. No, dog, you're not allowed in. You want it out.
This trash container is locked with a well-oiled crack. The lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid.
Of course.
Maybe you shouldn't.
What's this?
Just the feeling. A warning from some part of you. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Yum.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Uh-oh.
Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Ugh.
This is a military
What
type
lovely
overgarment.
descriptions.
No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
The mug. I'm getting that mug too.
You see milk, an egg rest with one broken egg in it, some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar.
Excellent.
You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes. written in a man's handwriting.
I hope it's not my own.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM.
You are the murderer. Gasp.
Organized
oh,
crime
God, no.
and the like.
Please, no.
There might have been police secrets in your notes. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Good.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Phenomenal. Wait, okay, so who's in the union box? You put the clothes in the trash, read your ledger and name the case. Interact would be what, E? This is a ledger you found in the...
It's
oh,
the
that's the
ledger you
interact
found
button.
in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Interesting.
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper.
Oh, I tried to flush it down.
Desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Thank you, Brain.
Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Let's take it off.
Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila. The ledger now
Oh God,
looks
we are like full
marginally
hobo
better.
mode. It's terrible.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board.
There's a
writing
lot of
down on the
dialogue.
paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Well, I
Looks
mean,
like a
ace for
visual
writing
mark
so far.
Made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property.
How can I
Any
read it?
capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
What kind of
It
info?
depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Okay.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Okay.
Thank you.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Nice.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs.
Is it now?
Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty.
Interesting.
You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What are they
Work,
about?
strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases, undertaken, not completed, mind you.
Darn.
It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Damn. Isn't that a lot? Sounds
What
like
do
a
you
lot.
mean? Is that all?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. Two? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short,
I mean, so far this is turning out to be like an audiobook reading more so than me actually playing a game. Not that I particularly mind. It is an interesting one so far. I do like the tone. I do like the fact that it is largely narrated.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say,
but it is very
robust
passive.
yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Oh boy.
A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
Oh, Christ.
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Oh, Christ.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
Cool.
Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
Conceptualization, you're sort of a prick. Shut up.
The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely. But the lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large-caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Fine, I'll just use this crappy pencil.
Absolutely motionless at first, then animated slowly, imperceptibly even. The lieutenant begins to browse his notes again, leaving you to the case files. Onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
Is it, though?
Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done it seems to say. And you, and you. Things
phenomenal.
to be done, and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Have you by any chance named
No,
our case?
actually. Any ideas?
The Hanged
Great.
Man.
That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Can I read the case files now?
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the Next World Mural.
What is HDB 41?
Is your precinct. It's safe to say those are the initials of the officer responsible for the case. Your initials.
Don't know what to say to that.
Here either. Logic really isn't the best faculty to have this conversation with, but it's the one you got. So sorry. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start?
I can revisit this.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Okay, let's interact with this a little bit later. And carry on trying to piece together story. What is this?
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. A faint sticker on the side.
Why did they go for the singular of graffiti?
RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102 with a slogan, "Mankind, be vigilant."
Okay. Well, let's see what all this is. Rose pistol, half-naked dame on cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. Okay. A book about pate. Oh, a drunk dude. Nice. Roaming upstream. Government reads your mind using radio technology. Well, we just call that Wi-Fi these days.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is
It's a
this anyway?
bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Nice.
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this. Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
I've already made up
Sir,
my mind.
Are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
Let's ask
okay,
her some questions.
Sir, I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What is your
My
name?
name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out in the cold because?
I'm signaling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
What a trooper.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
Shouldn't you be at school?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character.
I mean,
Mum
she's
says
not
a proper
wrong.
worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Cursed in what
Cursed
way?
in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Bankrupt?
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I mean, you just might have a really bad location.
They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
They're not doomed.
Of course, sir.
I mean, we can keep the conversation going with the little girl. I don't know if there is an actual point to it. She's just going to tell me more about the store, I'm pretty sure. But
Crime
let's
fiction
go.
is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
What are these dialogue options, though? I suppose we can go for the really headstrong option here. You came back from pumping iron? Well done. Also, welcome to the street, Gunny. Street. Fuck. Stream. How you been? My tongue is, crossing itself into knots. While also just going through dialogue trees here.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
I don't want
It's
to read about
exciting
it.
to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a
You
policeman
don't
myself,
look
by the
much
way.
like a policeman.
What does a
Didn't mean
cop
to
look
offend,
like?
Sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
It's not the body
Head.
that's important.
Yes.
No, you're mine. Not head, child. Heads.
What do you mean heads? A Quicksilver mine, sure.
No, he's wicked smart in the stories. Like you, sir, of course. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you.
Oh no, she's sassing us.
Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Okay, let's deduce something.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Why do you keep your hands
What do you
folded?
mean, sir?
Don't need to be
She
worried.
looks around anxiously. Her hand, the lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
Ah.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
That proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Okay.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
I mean, let's just go for the right answer here, but everyone.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
I hope this entertained
It was okay,
you.
sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Okay.
You're quite sober.
Oh.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by there's something you're missing.
Why does this feel familiar? What?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
I suppose
It's the
let's
type of book
keep
where there's a
prying
rich
here.
lady
Why
and
not?
she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about when everyone is
That's
poor?
really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Well, sure,
Not in
sometimes we read
romance
about
books,
real-life
sir.
things.
These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a poor man
It
getting a rich
happens,
lady?
But usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What when both men
These
are
are
bad?
not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
And yet here we are, playing a game that has probably just smacked us right in the face with, there's probably no good endings here. Or they're going to be very difficult to get to the bottom of.
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
What about when it doesn't work out
I
at all?
haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Oof. Oof. Damn. Damn. Ah, really? You're gonna do your mom dirty like that? Damn. That's terrible. How could you, kid? Maybe I will.
I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about?
I had
Maybe
other
some
questions.
about other books? Oh,
about famous
kings and
people?
queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or
I guess this is
musicians,
world building
those
right
kinds
now.
of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Doesn't make the readers more famous,
But
does
it
it?
does make the famous people more famous.
Well, she's got a good head on her shoulders. Well, I mean, clearly we were a pretty vain person, so to say that fame is for vain people seems a bit disingenuous here.
Okay, sir.
That should be it. I don't know, maybe we'll, find something out in the bookstore. Maybe the lady knows something about the lynching that happened. Ooh, and there's an upstairs even. National recipes of Arda, they are all about lake trout. Cute.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
What is Wirral-related
An
merchandise?
endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition.
So Dungeons and Dragons, basically.
There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a pick-your-path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
Well then. Not sure being famous in that setting would be a good thing. I take it you've played the game then, Gunny.
Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes,
boy.
A fantastique adventure board game. New maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Really, you can just buy the damn thing.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational
I mean, you
game
look
for those
very,
interested
very
in
haggard
geography.
in this picture compared to your character model.
Ralbritta is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children. Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
We're clearly not getting talked down to, chat, by the way. I mean, true. True it is.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
Well, at least she's cavalier about her capitalism.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see, a couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresent. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends.
Phenomenal.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure thing.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen.
Phenomenal.
A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Pick your Warhammer 3 faction. God, who do I pick for you? Slanesh, so you can cry about how bad your chariots are.
Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen.
Wow, you can really just go through this whole list.
And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The
Please tell me
seems
time
to be
isn't
that
actually
Dick
moving.
Mullen
It's moving
is
forward
framed
in
for the
real
murder
time, isn't
of
it?
his best friend, and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard-on?
Sure, let's go for it.
This is the book for you. See the way she's suggestively holding that pistol. That's symbolism.
Mm-hmm. A tome of fascist magic. Rather candid. Okay.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Okay, I'm gonna do world building another time. Not now. What about this map-like thing?
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Can I buy these
Sorry,
maps?
officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is it so
That old
cheap?
thing, it's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
Well, so much for the no
The
world
place
building.
does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48.
Good.
Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Rivershell East. Hudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
Phenomenal.
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the Greater Rivershell Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
Wow, Volition actually speaking
This
up for
large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white.
Great.
Disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Cities on the islands?
On Caillou, Rivershell, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas.
I mean, I like the naming convention. Like, as someone who
850
actually
million people
knows
live
how to
on
read
these little
French.
dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
The name construction is pretty decent. I do like it.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
What are Isolas then?
Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust.
Meh. This is, I suppose, the romance section.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Interesting. Well, I suppose we talk to this, storekeep lady.
Welcome
is that
to
the romance
crime,
section then?
romance, and biographies of famous people. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Are you the owner of the store?
The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Your daughter is standing outside,
Annette,
right?
Yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Let's not grade. Well, okay. First off, you're a detective. It's literally your job to grade human beings, so it feels like lying to say that. So, you know, she's very polite.
Her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Do we tell her mother about the biting of the nails?
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life. She
Is it though?
if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give
I mean, okay, let's face it. Who are we trying to convince here? Someone with these glasses? I mean, what are we doing here?
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Yeah, it's super alright for kids to chew their hands off. Forget I said anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
Oh, she's figured it out.
I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Is he also involved in the bookstore?
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
She an only child?
I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Exactly. She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
What was that when?
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into. The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Farewell for now. I'm not interested in buying of the books. Guess we're going for an autosave here.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you.
She really
urging you
does.
to buy more books.
But, man, the
Oddly
glasses.
enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Who are the Seminese? Probably some sort of allegory for Native Americans?
Inhabitants of Île de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Well, screw it, let's pull them open.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
I must investigate beyond the threshold.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
I must investigate beyond the threshold.
My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't
Really,
go there.
though. Really.
I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
But what's in there? Storeroom for the employees.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here.
Talking is always good. Ghost. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Fine, what does she want to tell me?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't slept in half yet.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is
Well,
cursed,
there we go, lady.
just like everyone says.
Was it so hard?
They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains.
How does this
The
curse
curse
manifest itself?
is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Okay.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding
Oh,
off
the
bad business
cacodemons.
practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Oh, sure.
No, certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic
Okay,
arts to get
fine.
involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Why not?
Time to fire up the
Really a
old
check
lie
failure?
machine.
Hilarious.
No.
The lieutenant looks at you. Wait, you've got this. Just go with it. This is elegant.
Wait, that's it?
Stop being such a fussy prude. You can't convince her without lies. The
No.
woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Goodness, You were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Go. Everything is on the shelves. Take a...
She smiles and nods, seeming...
Okay, whatever. Apparently we get to leave now instead. Well, that was an amazing detour that took, well, quite a chunk of time. A banged-up, inoperable coin viewer. To Roundabout North, Cape Side Apartments, Martinez Pier. Broken windows. Yeah, we're not gonna go full hobo detective, I think. I think we're getting into the bad part of town now. Okay. On the map, where's our "we are here" marker? Okay.
Yeah, you better keep walking.
Well, people seem to love us just dandy around here.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Aight. A little bit of spare change or something.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Orange bum hat. Okay. Oh, we look like a dumbass. I love it. Barrels full of rainwater. Okay. Guess nothing more to that. So where to from here? I guess... the volumetric shit compressor. Your shit is apart and it's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's supposed to be the opposite of that. together, compressed in a small area to achieve a solid level of shit compression. Squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Do something similar with the 2 hemispheres of your brain. Talk to people, maybe that'll help. I guess internalize? Oh god, I can go full hobo. No way. Well, it's a little bit of dosh. Splatter of bullet holes lines the wall. Is there anything worth talking about with him? Right, we were meant to check our journal. Read the watermarks. Some great tectonic force cracked the pavement. A bench.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time.
When Lieutenant Katsuragi is gone. Playing woke games, is it, though? I mean, sure it has elements of that, it's just... It's very dialogue-heavy. At least I don't have to do all the reading.
A set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
Is it supposed to be
the soft
dystopian
glow
Spain?
Of the fuel preheater gauge.
Sort of. Like, it's dystopian Spain crossed with... I don't know, like some sort of Franco-Nigerian influence that is very strong and prominent, all after some turbo-Marxist revolution. That's all I'm getting from this so far. And everything seems to be really crap.
Alright. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The raspberry gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canelo comes to life with a whiny growl.
That is more than a whiny growl.
Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
Well then.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Cool. Now maybe we'll find out who the hell we are. I mean, it's not going to be that easy though, is it?
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Okay.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
I know, right, Gunny? I know. Tally up the different rows?
The first row has 18 dots.
What about the next?
Next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely.
What about the last row?
Has 3 perforations.
Aha, that's why we're depressed.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do.
Let's take a look. I guess we're going to be dunking on this guy a little.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Probably some boring office jobs.
No shame in working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, wow, more than 200. It's
that a lot?
Quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Used to be good. Cool. What's the last
Right.
number?
Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Okay.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame.
Hello there,
I mean,
me and you.
even
Long time no see. Welcome back to the streams. I'm finally doing them again, so, you know, no fault of your own.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Have you ever done it?
Yes.
The lieutenant nods.
What about the Shimmering Street
rectangular
grid?
watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry.
I had a couple of weeks. Wouldn't mind drop kicking a burly bridge boss. Unfortunate for the bridge boss.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here.
I'm getting the distinct impression this man is not meant to sound like a Japanese person to me, but he does. And, I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a French accent.
No, it does not. Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page.
Well, isn't that fine and dandy? I guess we can level up some more. I mean, our suggestion is literally at 0 right now. Raise the hair on your neck, tune into the city. Enjoy healthy organs. where do we go from this? I guess maybe we'll level up endurance a little bit. Sure. Acquire a copy of the city map. I guess we go to that bookstore and find ourselves a copy of that map then. His last name is Kitsuragi, but yeah, his name is Kitsuragi, but it sounds like he's supposed to... I don't know, like his accent is something between Japanese and actually French, and it's throwing me off right now.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime.
Okay, let's go up them stairs.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye...
Always good to be informed of...
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so what is this meant to tell me? Oh, so basically, oh, so it's the stuff I've, okay, I understand. It's some of the skill checks that I've failed. In case I need to go in and retry them. Okay. Alright. Also, thanks, Arthman. If I had read that chat, I wouldn't have had to do the brain work, but I did the brain work, and I'm happy about that. I mean, the prepare for unforeseen consequences, I'm somewhat... yeah, relatively aware that those might happen.
I'm a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going
What's
on
the
here?
jam, my man?
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You could almost taste it.
What is the gem? Also, don't worry, Minu. I mean, just don't be spoiler heavy, but I don't mind a little
It's a
bit of
traffic
spoiler.
jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo,
Yeah.
huh? So that's where I'm
Yeah,
at.
exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
So long have you been
Feels
here?
like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak, or he just likes unusual words, or both.
I dig your style.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need?
Tell me more about
It's
this
like
strike.
Whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
It's a union
Some
demanding.
pretty wild stuff I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think
They
the
want to
company
keep
wants?
that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else I should
Anything
know?
else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job. Us lorry drivers. Cam, your nurse. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
What are you hauling anyway?
High-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Okay,
Can't
what are
even
you
get
actually
a few
hauling?
jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of Fallon cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing.
Writing is pretty decent. There's a lot of it. There is a lot of it.
They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
That's your machine
This
behind you?
rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Found A6?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's
Sure.
an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
I mean, the voice acting it's serviceable. Look, it's from a technical perspective decent. I haven't interacted with enough of it to say whether or not it's completely, like, you know... In terms of, like, fitting voices to faces, this game is already doing a bad enough job with faces by virtue of the character models and then also these portraits that like, I don't really feel that connection. But at the same time, like, the voice acting, technically speaking, is good.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Cool. Enough of that, then. Guess this is the traffic jam. The famous traffic jam. Uh-huh. I mean, the cars are pretty
An old
stellar.
monument stands
I like
in
the art
middle
style
of the
a
traffic
lot.
island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who
A
is
silver
this?
plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
What indentations?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement? Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
What did this king do?
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Good to know. Voice acting was added later as a free update, and, like, fucking thank God for it so that I don't have to do all of this. With that tidbit, they did an impressive job trying. I mean, I think they succeeded fairly well. And just in terms of technical proficiency. I'm still having some trouble matching faces to voices.
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Hilarious.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what
you
now?
See, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Where's he
Beneath the
buried
cold
now?
waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
And the
The
statue?
original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled.
Huh.
Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Okay.
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the
Not a
statue
lot of actors
the
either.
most
I mean,
wasteful
probably not.
ruler
This
of
is a
Revachol
relatively
in the
indie
poorest
game from
part
what I
of the city.
understand.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Sure, we don't get
Neither
art.
do people in Martinez. The statue has proved to be controversial in a neighborhood mostly populated by the left-leaning working class. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a... Philip III...
Why? Why do I have to solve an art mystery
with
later?
his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life, either.
I mean, most of the voice acting is you talking with yourself as well, like a weirdo schizophrenic, which, I mean, you probably are.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars,
What am I
not
even
law
reading?
officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
All endurance, white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance raised to 4. Okay. Still 2 hours remaining on that one. I have 2 out of 3 health. Oh, that's cute. I'm not above looting containers. White tank top. Ruins full of snow. Movement in this game is atrocious, however. Like, it's terrible.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Snap
Wait.
fingers?
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
If you say so. Uh-huh, that's the strike. Let's see if I can pick up those coins, though. And I also dislike the fact that the map hides elements from you behind other objects. That's not the greatest. Who are you, sir?
Welcome to Revachol.
This man looks like trouble. You might not want to get into this right now. Plenty of time later.
Okay. Let's try to get inside that there freet. Melancholy pop song on the radio.
The
Love to
tear
hear it.
machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there, somewhere.
Fair enough.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Good.
Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere. I don't know. Let's see.
Nosafed is a nasal spray.
Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary
I
supplement.
know, right?
Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising. No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed
Good.
heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals
Okay.
+1 morale.
St. Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceutical... St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of St. Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Thank you, Encyclopedia. What a gem you are.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Cool. Well, so much for that place. Didn't even find any French fries. Can you believe it? No French fries at a frites. Because you have to, you know, really emphasize the frites. As the voice actor did. Admittedly, the one thing that the voice actor is currently not doing is putting on a very good job of French pronunciation. Okay.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinaise, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinaise North.
Okay.
Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Cool stuff. Inspect the body hanging in the back. Suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. Pay for damages. Who put the clothes in the trash? Find out who's in the union box. Cool. I guess you can also complete this game without ever finding your gun and badge, can't you?
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
Oh, Christ, no.
I'm sorry if I was being You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
You should be able to take another look at the Hanged Man by now. Well, hopefully
This
I'm
Lena
not
is
hungover
wacky
enough
enough
anymore.
for the Motley Crew.
Because I've already tried
Hire
twice.
her on the spot.
2% and a 3% chance, so it wasn't really going well for me.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that? Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in. I'm just glad you weren't injured. Of course, dear.
Okay. Ooh, we can also inspect the kitchen now, I suppose. Let's talk to this
A
fellow.
thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood.
Oh,
occasionally
in Polish.
sipping from his mug. This must be the whirling's cook.
Hot Mug, his name is. Oh boy. Hey, don't worry about keeping the old mouth shut. It gives me something to consider apart from the endless walls of dialogue. Yeah, so his name is Hot Mug in Polish. Gorący kubek.
As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Gorący and kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Gorący kubek. Please, it's not funny.
Got time for a few questions?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Alright, I don't think I need anything more. Stay masculine. What the fuck?
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The door stands silent, unmoved by your word.
Okay. What is that thing doing? Sure.
You
I'll
see
scrounge for
a heavy
dodge.
steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's the cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. The door does not budge.
Alright. I guess we have more topics of conversation for our little friend here.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Found the victim's
How
clothes.
Strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Who else has keys to the trash
Trash
container?
collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
Probably.
Thank you anyway.
Could someone on your staff have put them
Sylvie
there?
had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. Yes. Another
Okay.
thing. Great. I love those. Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's
Fine,
back there.
okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Okay.
Yes?
It is now 1:46 p.m. in-game time. Not sure what that really does for my knowledge of the game. Not really sure why I'm going back up the stairs. Track down the Gudge, track down the badge. Made the call reporting the crime. Sing karaoke.
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside. Still no answer. Still
One last time.
nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
Yeah. This place is shut for some reason. Is there anything I can do in here at the moment? No, probably not. Okay, maybe, just maybe, I can take that physical check with the body right now, because that seems to be about all I can do to exhaust my options. It's telling me I can, buy a book to pass time. It's also raining outside right now. That thing, that curious thing, options. Yes. I mean, currently a lot of them are very open-ended.
There he still is, looking right through you.
Okay, we can do it now.
As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
I mean, yeah, like given all the tears, it's still holding him up.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Fair enough.
The lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic. It's clearly some manner of super armor, or future armor. Super future armor? I'm useless.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the lake would be. Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
Oh boy.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates, until there are hundreds of them altogether.
Cute.
Like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony, perhaps.
What does this remind me of?
Trees were made of porcelain. This is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Serial number on the right
Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678222. Let's lie.
I mean,
that
why?
doesn't sound like a serial number. Where's the structure and logic of a line of manufactured products? Well, no matter. We should run it anyway.
Oh, that was the lie. Okay.
True. It didn't have the cadence and logic of a real manufactured item.
Officer, the decomposing corpse has temporarily suspended my sense of humor. Let's continue in a less playful manner. Anyway, we have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Okay, thank you, Brain, for making me look like an idiot. That was excellent. I completely misunderstood that. I thought that, like, oh, the X whatever nonsense was the actual thing. And then with the let's lie, you were supposed to look at the other thing and go, ah, that's the lie I'm supposed to be saying. How could he ask
That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
Looks pretty
I agree.
advanced for a security guard.
This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Okay. Material looks out of place.
It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Jesus Christ.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
That's a lot, I
As a
take
wage,
it.
it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days.
Yeah,
We
fair
should keep a
enough.
lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
Maybe there's no rest of the armor.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
What if they told him to strip before they hung him?
Usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fair.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
Pull the boot
The
off.
stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
Let go of the
What's wrong
boot.
with you, asshole? Why's he letting go, Kuno?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Okay, let's
The
inspect the belt
hangman's
then.
knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below.
Gosh, there's
Yellow,
a lot of this.
hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties
We're not
the
even
belt
fast like
to the
past the
branch.
first area, or even the first quest. This is a lot.
This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
My brain tells
the
me
local
so.
harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
It's reinforced
I
with
was
steel
afraid it
wiring.
would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
We're assuming the
brief
dock workers.
suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Okay, You should ask me for one the first moment we get. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
Points to the buckle tying to the belt to the branch above.
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cup. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
Microelectronic system?
I have only a cursory knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were. But it's not quite complex enough, is it?
It doesn't seem familiar from the insides of any radio computer your mind can imagine. The somewhat organic lines remind you of old filament memory units, but not quite. No, you're nowhere near right.
Apparently missing something.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What's that? Get sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Good.
Kuno, what the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
Okay.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
Okay.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Okay, that was exceedingly wordy, but
His eyes
sure.
are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Inland Empire.
The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem.
Oh, thank you,
can use it
visual
to see if the
calculus. I
corpse
was
has been
wondering
tampered
where
with.
this is going.
Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead. Wow, thank you. That is excellent. Beaten upsy bruises.
Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Alright.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Could it still be he was moved
There's
after
always
death?
a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
Yum.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
He means shit.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Goddamn right I'm a faggot. Turn around and yell. Oh boy.
Maybe.
But there is no breath to catch.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadavers, the material, delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. The cadavers, the hangman's, this is
airlifting. I thought it was used on the local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
Yeah, I think the preliminary examination's done.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Saw the
Climb
branch.
up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. Someone else? You mean like the police?
I was hoping this would, like, add to a dialogue option with the children over there, but never mind.
Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same thing we are. Are we in a rush to help them? Not with this on our hands. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
I mean, it would be fun. It would be the fun way to get him off the branch.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
silence, with his elbow and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks.
Oh boy.
Securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced
A990, but okay.
frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The chick's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's test was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all,
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again.
We are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
the lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we...
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
How good of a shot am I, though? What is my hand-eye coordination? I mean, it's at a 4. I could probably get another point into it literally right now to just get this skill check over with. But a good question is, do I actually want to put it in anything else? I don't know, maybe some more points in endurance? I would have loved to put another point in willpower, but that's not happening. Empathy is dog shit, but nah. Let's go with this.
As you narrow your... This is a trick. Only the lower extremities. The cadaver slowly twists. His eye, dark brown hair grows on his head. The corpse looks right through you as you an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. The hangman's knot. This is a...
Airlifting? I thought it... No, you're right. The harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. They use whatever was on hand here. The brief suggested as much. Politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Okay, you should ask me for one.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. Limbs.
Yes, we do.
What if we make the successful check? What if we do it?
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
Haha.
This is the sorriest...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, an A9 Armistice, before. At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels comfortable. Like you never laid it down.
Okay.
What are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
challenging. Close left
Your
eye
field
first?
of view narrows. The branch slowly moves. The slow movement of the branch in the wind, and your shoulders.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
I point the gun at her. Holy shit. But do I like my odds here? I mean, it's a 60% chance. It isn't great. Branch movement has been analyzed, though. Saying shut up is probably just gonna egg her on. Let's go for it.
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir.
Good.
With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
Is that
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
You've been policed. I mean, let's go for full king behavior here.
Ace is high.
Wow, he went for it too, Jesus.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol.
He's really
especially
waiting
in
for this head,
sports.
like, high
The
five.
gesture is spread across the world, despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves. You could add an ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another. The lieutenant.
I mean,
takes
it
a
looked like
little
the slap
hop
missed,
to
but
perform the
good effort.
customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were.
What
We will
now?
perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells. The fall seems to have released something deep inside it.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Alright.
In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent some sort of strike negotiator to wrangle control back from Evrard.
You could ask the gardener for directions.
Let's go then.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
What exactly
Come on,
is a field
officer.
autopsy?
You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi,
thank you,
is the
Encyclopedia.
world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? Yes, you see, the field autopsy form is the one on red copier paper.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger.
I guess we plow on with this.
The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with:
That's you.
The
HDB.
corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there.
KK57-0803.0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date, 0803, and time of arrival. Oh, that's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
I mean, we could challenge him on this.
What would that make the alphanumeric?
HDB 41 0803 1015. It's understated.
I think we might be able to fill in time of arrival later.
Good. Let's go with that. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
Roughly 42, roughly 50? Sure, let's go.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither
Fucky, fucky!
Jesus Christ.
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Right, fucky, fucky.
nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the
HDB 41 0803 listens, motionless.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
I mean, the footprints did have that, but it's sketchy.
He places his gloved hand on the... Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then...
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
Delightful.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
I'm actually starting to get a bit sick of this guy's voice acting, because he is putting these stops into his speech that's making him sound like a very, very baritone. God, what was the actor's name? It literally had it on my tongue a moment ago, and now it's slipped away. William Shatner.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo resembling a microelectronical circuit board. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Stroke hair gently?
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Keep petting him.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max.
I mean, okay,
Talking
kid.
shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down, but meant for high velocity.
You get your mark. Steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
May I try?
It's no use. We should get chain cutters. You can try with them. I have a pair in the toolbox of my kinema. Damn corpse. We had a good rhythm going.
Well, I guess we go get those chain cutters then. I love this car. It's just something about it, like the
you see a set
lines.
of steering levers,
It's nice.
a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the
Literally
soft
didn't play
glow
this with
of a
audio.
fuel
Don't get
preheater
deranged.
gauge.
I mean, fair enough. But, like, still, like, it is starting to grow a bit, agitating, some of the voice acting choices he's starting to make, now that I've actually started paying attention to them. But anyway, yeah, cool retro future design. I do like it. Like, it's not quite steampunk. It has its own flair. It's not diesel punk either, so it doesn't, like, fit any tropes. But it's cool.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tool...
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. You can do good work with these. cut chains, locks, and ropes, especially belts. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Cool. It would be nice if you could selectively mute some voices. I mean, like, that's not completely necessary.
Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox, 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Uh-huh. Right. As expected. Learning cap for perception raised to 5. Speed gives 1 psi. Okay. Ace is high. +1 empathy towards Kim Kitsuragi. The Insulindian Civil War was not the first war to see the use of aerostatic aircraft on both sides, but it was the longest. For 8 years, folded multi-rotor aircrafts crisscrossed the air above Revachol, Ozone, Fas-Salamer, and the Arcade Islands. They made sweeps over sandy beaches and shot each other out of the blue sky, then sank as wrecks to the bottom of the sea. The Aces High was a custom on the revolutionary side, performed by squadron mates after landing. Lieutenant Kitsuragi likes it. Why is that? I mean, we could go for an internalize, why not? I mean, the idea is clearly to forget some of these, but anyway. Yeah, so we're working on that nonsense. Instant photo.
An intricate web of blue lines stretching. It almost looks like the electronic patterns inside a wreck for you to discover. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Okay, that's interesting. Delightful, and we have a set of tools now to use. Delightful. Please tell me the kid hasn't started eating the corpse. Good. I've expected the little rotter to start doing that.
The rotting man lies on his... The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Mm-hmm. Cut with as much precision as you can, please.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Yes, I'm Kano's pig agger. What the hell? For a good
the belt
spot.
is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there, steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Yes, delightful.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
You've read the first 100 pages of Dune yesterday. I had been putting it off for a special moment. Have not realized the impact still. It's well worth the read. Keep with it. Yeah, it... You'll begin to understand how a lot of modern fiction has fallen into place, especially that of the science variety.
The rope rises to a point. leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Write it down and move on. Alternately, we can inspect the genitals. It's absurd. The entirety of BattleTech lore has its roots in it, and so does Star Wars to some degree. Warhammer 40k, definitely a lot of inspiration there. Basically, take your pick of a franchise that doesn't have any sufficiently alien sci-fi organisms in it. Because what Star Wars has is functionally humans that look different. And the same thing is true of Star Trek. Although Star Trek does its own thing there, but... yeah, like the absolute fascination with empires and like these quasi-feudal systems of governance in the distant future. All of that points back to Dune.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
The scarring is extensive and way more efficient.
We have
more
a real
than law
museum
officials.
here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
The hand feels heavy, filled with decay liquids.
Yum.
Like it's ready to explode if squeezed hard enough.
Do it.
You're suddenly repulsed. So much so you feel compelled to drop it.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, the stench is making... Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Like, does he actually need a short break? What happens if I push him?
System. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous...
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's...
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth.
Jesus Christ, this description.
Runs down his lips, black and viscous.
I mean, it is certainly like a morass. And yeah, that's what a lot of things that try to clone Dune forget, is that it is ultimately a character story, with world building to support it. But the world building is done tactfully and subtly. It isn't made, like, to be too much of a central... Well, I mean, it is made a central focus when you start dealing with the Fremen later on, but... it isn't forced into your face. From what I remember of reading it, it doesn't have too much narrative expository writing. Or if it does, then it hides it pretty well. But it's also been a very long time since I've actually read the book.
You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Look inside.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again. Straight in that mouth of his.
Look deeper inside and throw up.
It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness. Deep silence as always.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary, NA.
What the hell does hepatobiliary mean? Because we can't...
Same
whatever.
for toxicology and serology, NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
I'll write it down amidst the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injury
Let's see.
summary.
We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck.
It's
You'll need
Skittles.
3
You look too
fills.
much. Too
Leave a
much.
4th one too.
Maybe.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a postmortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it postmortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks
Well,
to
there
the
we go. We
scalp
got the
and
maximum
chest,
velocity in.
where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal
Right.
postmortem.
Next.
It's 4th and
Nothing. Just in case.
Fair enough.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
No clawing, though. He wasn't clawing at the neck. Okay, if he was alive, he would think he would have his hands bound in order to facilitate the hanging. He could have been completely passed out, granted. But I think I'm gonna go non-fatal postmortem.
Why do you say that? Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Why weren't his hands tied?
Honestly,
There you go.
I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how did it go? Okay,
I need a
what now?
copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
You tilt your head, also looking at... I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
17% chance, 42% chance from Inland Empire. What about a perception skill? But we have a -1 for wasting time. Do we go for the legendary attempt or the medium attempt?
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough. The corpse seems to yawn contentedly.
Do you think we missed something?
Nah.
I worked as one of those processing guys for a year. They are butchers and clowns. I once saw 20 CODs go misidentified in 1 week. Chances are slim to none that they'll find anything useful in processing. In short, you and I are the last line of detection. If you're not sure we got everything, we need to look again. And for that, we need to refrigerate the corpse.
Well, this is a question. Not boxcars. Yeah, it was not boxcars. Where do we find a fridge for the body?
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails. Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we...
The fish lips stay silent in response. You must be losing your mind.
I told you. He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
I mean, these are both checks that I can retry, but what are they going to do for me that isn't just going to be me overthinking the situation, potentially?
If you think so, officer, I'm not going. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I'll take it from there. It's too late to take him into processing today. I'll take him first thing tomorrow.
I lol at your miserable choices. I mean, this one's probably going to bite us back in the ass, isn't it? Okay, shortwave to run the armor. Where's the rest of the armor? Victim's tattoos. Fridge the victim's body cancelled. Okay, so it does count as a forfeited task, which means it wanted me to do more. Fate will whisper you the story while you're not looking. Yeah, maybe. I guess. I guess so. Wondering. Because the thing with this game is, like, I have this weird feeling that no matter which tree you choose to specialize in, be it intellect, psyche, physique, or motorics, like, you can't increase these the way I think you could, but anyway. If you listen to the voices inside you too much, they're going to fuck you over. Also, I'm certainly starting to grow already suspicious of our boy here, in the glasses. He's gonna drop him off tomorrow. We'll see. Although what we could have done... No, what we were supposed to do is we were supposed to freeze the body, talk to people, and corroborate, from interactions with others what actually happened to the body. Well, I mean, you've already started up a fuck-up. Internal dialogue is corrosive, but it's not the game's fault. I don't really know what you're actually trying to mean by that. I think I'll level up Psyche, just to, you know, do a little bit better on those checks. My dress looks abysmal. -1 to rhetoric, but +1 to reaction speed.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The white suede feels luxurious under the tongue. Your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. Release the handle. Clutch drops. Right foot yearns for the familiar touch of the accelerator pedal. You have synced with the machine's mechanical circulation. At the bottom of the sea. So strange. The machine is not on the bottom of the sea at all. It's right in front of you, well kept. Why did it say that? The smell of freshly treated leather, the lack of dirt and dust on the dashboard, and a neat little brush in the cup holder, all seem to be whispering, I'm good, cherished and cared for, in the hands of a tending owner. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize silence is your only answer. Of course it's only in your head. Of course it is. But it almost feels as if the handle is pulled back. Somewhere deep inside the drivetrain, the disc is mated to the fly. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. A radio. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
What, you mean I can't run the serial number past them? Do I ask them for dire financial assistance? I mean, they already gave me a fucking rag for whatever, so maybe not.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Okay.
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
Well, there they are.
I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition.
So this is a world full of archipelagic islands, I guess? Press button labeled saved. Alright, Maury. Have yourself a good night. Also, looking at the time, it is 1 in the morning, so let's press the save button.
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Fellatio, and you're listening to Street Freaks FM, bringing you the hottest, the nastiest, the most vulgar.
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby. Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right?
Speed Freaks FM, huh?
Oh, is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Nothing to get into, really. But sure, let's focus on the important things.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect 57?
Yep, there we go.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so looking at the time, I should probably also ditch for the night. Okay, but apparently I have still a skill point to spend all of a sudden. So, what do I want to actually put it into? For now, I guess let's put another point in logic. Why not? Guess I'm going for a bit of a generalist build, more or less. Morale is at a 2, health is at a 2, or 1 out of 2. And health is at a 2 out of 4.
Yes? What do you want to know?
How would you say this is a mysterious case?
It's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. Is that enough of a secret for you?
Fine.
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a workers' coup? After decades unchallenged, the lieutenant is caught off guard by your brazen provocation. But his counter comes fast and hard. This could get ugly.
Strike, coup, revolution. It's brigandage, however you parse it.
You feel something rising through you. A familiar feeling. An opinion taking form.
Someone needs to be grounded to pig feed, also nationalism. Lol. Ah, the centrist position is the one that is the most ridiculous sounding. Thank you.
Yes, let's hurry now. I'm leaving on borrowed time.
Yes, let's hurry here. I'm living on borrowed time. What are you
From an imaginary
That's not even
fact.
what was written.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words.
Speak easy, you might be a sage at something. Who knows? Like, as in the character, or me personally? Because the character? Who knows? Character might be sage himself.
I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Sure.
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary, somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
What's so special
I
about
have,
Martinez?
on a few occasions, when I was young and foolish, smoked hemp.
Oh. Well, there we go. The dialogue is mismatched with the, with what is actually being said by the voice actors. So that's a problem. Martinez, nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
It's all part of the master plan, you see. The silence carries.
Well, technically, the official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
Oh, that's funny.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
The rows are endless.
For Precinct 41?
Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness.
Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Yes,
Okay.
it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Yep, makes
Just
more sense than
think
what I
about
thought
it
of.
for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Let's keep it
Of
to
course,
ourselves for now.
It's only a theory.
What do you want to know? Good. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul, so was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is
It's
Seoul?
a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're only making it sound
You're
uninteresting,
barking at
then.
the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
You're wearing
That's
glasses.
correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
I guess you don't need glasses, then.
Cute.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
Confrontational.
What do
but
you
fine.
mean? I have no idea what you're...
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
What? Think? I do most of my work inside my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his familiar mnemotechnique A6 and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
So wait, because of a high conceptualization skill, I can actually talk to these fucking projections of my mind, or is that actually just a... Well, no, it has to be a full fucking gimmick of the game, so... I don't know.
Good. Let's change the subject.
And I guess this is where I'm going to save, fully for the night. Yeah, we'll just make a full save there. And this is where we're going to call an end to the stream. It has gone on rather longer than I was expecting it to. I did get a little bit engrossed. But now that things are as they are, I think it should be time to wrap it up. So without further ado, what am I going to continue... Am I going to continue doing this on Wednesdays? Is the big question. I think the answer should be up to chat. And I will pose it via a community poll. Whether or not to continue with Disco Elysium or to just leave it alone so that people can experience it for themselves, because... why Wednesday? Because I'm moving over to a stream schedule that is just Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm leaving Tuesdays and Thursdays free, and also the weekend free to do other things. And so, that's why Wednesday. So I guess I'll do it via community poll, whether or not I'm going to be returning to Disco Elysium on Wednesday. Let's see what people think. Do people want me to continue because they don't care about spoilers? Do people want me to not continue because they care about spoilers? Whatever the case may be. Regardless, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you, chat, for sticking around and watching this stream. I will see you all this coming Friday with a bit of Risk of Rain 2. And until such a time, I'm going to wish you all a very good night. No problem. You guys have yourselves a good evening, and I'll see you in a couple days' time. Good night.